Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, we travel back over 1,000 years to hear a story of love and bravery. King Orfeo and Queen Eurydice rule over the beautiful hills of Britannia in peace. But one strange encounter with an innocent cherry tree will change their lives forever. If you could spare a moment to like and subscribe, you would have my eternal gratitude, as it will push my story to travelers far and wide. Now, cozy up, take in a deep breath, and let's travel back to a time of myth and legend. The royal orchard was a sanctuary, a place untouched by the clamor of courtly life. The cherry trees, ancient and strong, spread their branches wide, casting cool shadows over the lush grass below. King Orfeo walked at a measured pace, his hand resting lightly on the curve of his harp, his gaze soft as he glanced at Eurydice beside him. She moved with effortless grace, her gown trailing over the uneven ground, her laughter ringing out like the gentle pluck of harp strings. "It's even more beautiful than I remembered," Eurydice said, her voice tinged with wistfulness. "It's hardly changed," Orfeo replied, "though perhaps it feels different now, knowing it belongs to us." She smiled, her dark eyes meeting his. "It doesn't belong to us, Orfeo. We only tend it for a time." They came to the center of the orchard, where a towering cherry tree stood alone, its gnarled roots twisting into the earth like the fingers of some ancient giant. The tree held a special significance for both of them. It was beneath this very tree that Orfeo had first played his harp for Eurydice, weaving a melody that bound their hearts together. "Do you remember?" Orfeo asked, his lips curling into a gentle smile. "Of course," she said, settling down against the tree's sturdy trunk. "It's where I first realized I couldn't imagine my life without you." Orfeo sat beside her, setting his harp across his lap. The air was alive with the soft hum of nature. The rustling leaves, the distant call of a bird, the gentle sigh of the breeze. Eurydice leaned back against the tree, her eyes drifting upward to the canopy of blossoms overhead. "Play for me," she said. He nodded, his fingers moving deftly over the harp strings. A melody poured forth, soft and lilting, a tune that seemed to carry the weight of the orchard's timelessness. Eurydice closed her eyes, her breathing slowing as the music wrapped around her like a warm embrace. Time passed in a haze of sunlight and song. Orfeo watched as Eurydice's head tilted to one side, her body relaxing as sleep overtook her. He continued to play, his music growing softer, more dreamlike, as if to guide her deeper into rest. But as the minutes stretched into an hour, something changed. Eurydice stirred, her body twitching as though caught in the grip of a vivid dream. her brow furrowed, her hands clenching the folds of her gown. Orfeo stopped playing, leaning forward with concern. "Eurydice?" he called softly. Her eyes flew open, wild and unfocused, and she gasped as though she had been submerged in deep water and was only now breaking the surface. She pressed a hand to her chest, her breaths coming quick and shallow. "What is it?" Orfeo asked, his voice gentle but firm. Eurydice blinked, her gaze darting around the orchard as though searching for something. Or someone. "He was here," she said, her voice trembling. "I saw him." "Who? What are you talking about?" She turned her wide, frightened eyes to him. "A man, or something like a man. He stood right here beneath the tree, in the shadows. He said I must come to him, that I belong to him, not to you." Orfeo's jaw tightened, his hand instinctively reaching for hers. "Eurydice, it was only a dream, a trick of the mind." "No." She shook her head vehemently. "I could feel his presence as clearly as I feel yours now. It felt real. He was real. The light plays tricks on the mind when one is between sleep and waking. You're safe here with me." But Eurydice pulled her hand away, her fingers trembling as she touched the bark of the tree. "He said he would come for me," she whispered. "That I must return here tomorrow, or he will take me by force." Her words sent a chill through Orfeo, though he forced his face to remain calm. He rose to his feet, brushing the leaves from his robes. "No one will take you," he said firmly. "Not tomorrow, not ever. I'll see to it myself." Eurydice glanced at him, the fear in her eyes softening at his resolute tone, though it did not entirely fade. Orfeo reached down to help her to her feet, his hand warm and steady. "We'll leave this place for now. The orchard may hold memories, but today it offers little peace." "Come," he said. "We'll leave this place for now." Its blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, oblivious to the weight of the moment. He tightened his grip on Eurydice's hand, vowing silently that no shadow would come between them. But as the sun began its slow descent, the light filtering through the branches seemed to grow dimmer, the shadows beneath the tree darker. The wind picked up, carrying with it a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. It was a sound neither Orfeo nor Eurydice heard, but it lingered in the air nonetheless, a quiet promise of what was to come. The light in Eurydice's chambers dimmed as clouds gathered outside, casting the room in somber hues. She sat by the window, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Orfeo stood near the hearth, arms folded, his gaze steady but concerned. She had been silent for several minutes, lost in thought, her brow furrowed. Finally, she looked up at him, her voice barely more than a whisper. He wasn't like any man I've seen. His presence was overwhelming. He seemed both solid and shadow, as if he didn't fully belong to this world. Orfeo frowned, his mind racing to reconcile her words with reason. What exactly did he say, Eurydice? Her lips pressed into a thin line as she summoned the memory. He said I must return to the cherry tree tomorrow. Every word, her lips pressed into a thin line as she summoned the memory. He claimed I am his. The weight of her words settled over the room like a thick fog. Orfeo's fists clenched, though he kept his voice calm. And yet, here you are, beside me. No shadowy figure can take you from me. Eurydice's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her fear palpable. Orfeo, you don't understand. It wasn't just what he said. It was the way he said it. His voice, it was inside me, pressing against my soul. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It was like he had already claimed a part of me. Orfeo stepped toward her, kneeling so they were eye to eye. He took her trembling hands in his expression resolute. Whatever you saw, whatever you felt, it was a nightmare, nothing more. I will let nothing harm you. She searched his face, her fear warring with a desire to believe his words. You didn't feel it, she said finally, her voice breaking. It's more than a dream, Orfeo. He'll come for me. Orfeo tightened his grip on her hands. Then let him come. That evening, Orfeo convened his most trusted knights in the great hall. The fire crackled, casting flickering shadows on their armor as they stood in a semicircle before him. Sir Dorian, the captain of the guard, stepped forward, bowing low. Your Grace, Dorian said, his tone measured but curious. What is it you would have us do? You mentioned a threat to the Queen. Orfeo nodded, his expression grave. She has been troubled by a dream, one so vivid it has left her deeply shaken. While I am sure it is nothing more than a feverish nightmare, I will not take risks when it comes to her safety. He looked each of the knights in the eye. Tomorrow the Queen is free to go about as she desires. I have business with the King of Northumbria, so I trust you to guard her in my stead. No one, no force will reach her without facing you first. The knights exchanged uneasy glances, but nodded as one. Sir Dorian spoke again, his voice filled with quiet determination. We will not fail you, Your Grace. The Queen's safety is our highest charge. Orfeo inclined his head. Good, you are dismissed. As the knights filed out, Orfeo remained behind, staring into the fire. He could still see the fear in Eurydice's eyes, hear the tremor in her voice as she described the shadowy figure. He told himself it was a nightmare, the product of an overactive mind. But why then did unease coil in his chest like a serpent, refusing to release its grip? The following morning, Eurydice sat silently as her attendants brushed her hair and prepared her for the day. She had barely touched the food brought to her bedside, her appetite smothered by anxiety. Orfeo entered the chamber, dismissing the attendants with a wave of his hand. Orfeo approached her cautiously, the soft tread of his boots on the stone floor almost inaudible. Eurydice looked at him, her face pale but composed, her dark eyes betraying the storm of unease within her. He knelt beside her, taking her hand in his, and for a moment, neither spoke. "You don't have to leave the castle today," he said softly. "You can remain here, surrounded by walls and guards. Let me protect you from afar." Eurydice shook her head, her grip tightening on his hand. "No walls will stop him if what I saw was real. He doesn't belong to this world. And if it wasn't real," she added, her voice trembling, "then what harm is there in going about my day? Either way, it changes nothing." Orfeo searched her face, his heart torn between the desire to shield her and the recognition that she was resolute. "The knights will accompany you," he said after a pause. "I've ordered them to guard you every moment until I return. Whatever this shadow may be, it will find itself met with steel." Eurydice nodded faintly, though her fingers trembled in his. "I don't know if steel will matter, Orfeo." "It will," he said firmly. "And if not steel, then will. My will and yours. You are not some helpless prize to be claimed, Eurydice." Her lips curved in a small, fleeting smile at his words. "You always know what to say to steady me." "It's because I know you," Orfeo said, his voice softening. "And I will return as soon as I can. Until then, trust in me. Trust in my knights." She nodded again, though the weight of her fear did not lift. Orfeo rose, leaning down to press a kiss to her forehead before turning to leave. The courtyard was bustling as Eurydice emerged from the castle, her steps slow and measured. The air carried a chill that felt out of place for the season, and she pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders. Ser Dorian stood waiting at the base of the stairs, his posture stiff and resolute. A dozen knights stood behind him, their armor gleaming in the pale morning sun. "Your Grace," Dorian said with a bow, "we are at your service." Eurydice inclined her head. "Thank you, Ser Dorian. I am sure this is all unnecessary, but I appreciate the king's precaution. Unnecessary or not, will ensure your safety," he replied, his tone leaving no room for doubt. With that, the procession set off. Eurydice moved through the castle grounds, pausing occasionally to exchange polite words with courtiers, or to admire the roses blooming along the garden walls. The knights maintained a tight formation around her, their eyes scanning every shadow, every corner, as if expecting danger to materialize at any moment. The hours passed uneventfully, but Eurydice's unease grew with every step. She could not shake the feeling that she was being watched, though the source of that gaze eluded her. When the group reached the edge of the royal orchard, her breath caught in her throat. The cherry tree loomed ahead, its ancient branches sprawling wide, its blossoms pale against the darker green of the surrounding trees. It seemed both beautiful and ominous, a sentinel standing watch over the quiet expanse of the orchard. "I'd like to rest for a moment," Eurydice said, her voice steady but quiet. "My lady?" Dorian asked, noticing her hesitation. The knights exchanged uneasy glances, but followed her lead, forming a protective circle around her as she approached the tree. She reached out a hand, letting her fingers brush the rough bark of its trunk. The air seemed to grow heavier, the light dimming subtly, as though a cloud had passed over the sun. Eurydice closed her eyes, a shiver running through her. Her lips moved silently, though no words escaped. Dorian stepped closer, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Your Grace, are you well?" She opened her eyes and turned to him, her face pale but calm. Eurydice nodded, but as she took a step back, the ground beneath her feet seemed to ripple. "Hold formation," he barked to the knights. The air grew colder, and a faint, shimmering light began to spread around the base of the tree. It was almost imperceptible at first, a distortion like heat rising from stone. But it grew stronger with each passing moment. "Your Grace, step back," Dorian shouted, lunging forward. Before he could reach her, an unseen force erupted outward, throwing him back into the circle of knights. Eurydice stood frozen, her eyes wide with terror, her hand still resting on the tree. The light around her intensified, swallowing her form in a blinding pulse. The knights stood in stunned silence, their swords drawn but useless against an enemy they could not see. Dorian dropped to his knees, his breath ragged, staring at the spot where the queen had stood moments before. Eurydice was gone. The great hall of Winchester was unusually still, its vaulted ceilings echoing with a heavy silence. King Orfeo sat slumped on the throne, his hands gripping the carved armrests so tightly that his knuckles were white. The shadows of the flickering torches danced on the stone walls, but Orfeo barely noticed. His mind was consumed by the memory of Sir Dorian's words, delivered only an hour before. "She vanished, Your Grace," before our very eyes. There was nothing we could do. He could still hear the anguish in the captain's voice, see the haunted look in his eyes as he recounted how Eurydice had disappeared beneath the cherry tree. It was a moment Orfeo could not bring himself to believe. And yet, in his heart, he knew it to be true. His queen was gone. The weight of her absence pressed against him, threatening to crush him entirely. His grief was sharp, but his fury burned hotter, a fire stoked by the helplessness he felt. How could this have happened under his watch? He was her king, her protector, and yet she had been taken. Sir Dorian stood at the foot of the throne, his head bowed in shame. "I failed you, my lord," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I would offer my life as penance, but I know it cannot undo what has been done." Orfeo raised his head, his eyes red but blazing with resolve. "No, Sir Dorian, your life is not forfeit. I dismissed her fears, thinking I could protect her from shadows with walls and swords." The captain opened his mouth to protest, but Orfeo raised a hand to silence him. "Leave me," the king said. "You and your knights are absolved. Go and ensure the castle is secure. I will not have another soul taken from this court." Dorian hesitated, then bowed deeply and retreated from the hall, his footsteps heavy with guilt. For a long moment, Orfeo sat alone, his head bowed, the silence pressing in on him. Then, slowly, he rose to his feet. His movements were deliberate, the lethargy of despair giving way to the focused purpose of determination. "I will find her," he murmured to himself, the words steadying him like a vow. "No matter where she has gone, no matter what force has taken her, I will bring her back." Orfeo summoned Aldrich, the steward of Winchester, to the hall. Aldrich arrived swiftly, his face pale with worry, but composed as ever. He bowed low before the king. "My lord, I heard what has happened," Aldrich said. "Is there any way I may serve you in this time of need?" "Yes," Orfeo said, his voice firm. "I will leave the castle within the hour to begin my search for the queen. In my absence, you will act as steward and protector of Winchester." Aldrich's brow furrowed. "You mean to leave the kingdom, your grace?" "I will not entrust her rescue to another. This task is mine alone. You are capable, Aldrich. The court respects you, and the people trust you. I would not leave the kingdom in your hands if I thought otherwise." The steward nodded slowly, though the lines of concern on his face deepened. "And if you do not return, my lord? What would you have me do then?" Orfeo's expression softened slightly, though his resolve did not waver. "If I do not return, convene the council. Let them choose a ruler who will lead Winchester wisely and with strength. But do not mourn me until all hope is lost. For now, I have faith that I will succeed." Aldrich bowed again, his voice steady despite the gravity of the moment. "You honor me, your grace. I will do as you command. May the gods guide you and bring you back to us." Orfeo retreated to his chambers, where a small pack lay waiting on the bed. He had filled it himself, a change of clothes, a flask of water, and the harp he had crafted with his own hands. Its strings gleamed faintly in the dim light, and he ran his fingers over them briefly, the familiar tension grounding him. He exchanged his royal robes for simpler garments, ones suited for travel and the hardships of the road. Standing before the mirror, he barely recognized himself. Gone was the proud king in resplendent finery. In his place stood a man determined and unadorned, his purpose clear. He strapped the pack to his shoulders and paused to take one last look at the chamber. It felt emptier now, as if Eurydice's absence had stripped it of warmth. Then, without another glance, he left the room. The gates of the castle opened silently, and Orfeo stepped into the night. The stars above were bright, but their light felt cold, distant. He turned toward the forest beyond the castle walls, where the trees rose like sentinels, their shadows stretching long across the path. "I will find you," Orfeo whispered into the dark. And with that, he disappeared into the night, leaving Winchester behind as the first steps of his journey carried him into the unknown. The narrow dirt paths faded into overgrown trails, and the soft hum of the court's life gave way to the cries of distant owls and the rustling of unseen creatures in the underbrush. Orfeo pressed onward, his boots crunching against the leaf-strewn ground. The air smelled of moss and earth, damp with the faint tang of decay. He clutched his harp close to his side, its familiar weight a small comfort in the vast, untamed wilderness. By day, the forest transformed into a labyrinth of light and shadow. The sun filtered weakly through the canopy above, casting golden shafts onto the forest floor. Orfeo walked for hours beneath the ancient trees, their gnarled roots rising from the earth like the bones of forgotten giants. He carried no map, no clear destination in mind. The only compass he trusted was the ache in his heart, pulling him ever forward. He would find her. He had to. But with each passing mile, the question gnawed at him. Where had she gone? The first few nights were the hardest. Without the protection of Winchester's walls, the forest's dangers loomed larger. He slept lightly, if at all, his ears straining for the crack of a branch or the low growl of a predator. The fire he built offered little warmth against the biting chill of the night air, and he woke each morning stiff and weary. Food was scarce. Orfeo, accustomed to the feasts of the court, now scoured the woods for berries and edible roots, his stomach growling in protest. He came upon a stream one afternoon, its waters crystal clear as they babbled over smooth stones. Orfeo knelt by the bank, cupping the cool liquid in his hands to drink. As he leaned back, his eyes caught the glimmer of sunlight on his harp. He set it in his lap, fingers brushing the strings. The melody that emerged was low and mournful, echoing through the trees like a lament. The notes seemed to stir the forest itself. The wind shifted, rustling the branches overhead, and the birds paused their songs as though listening. The landscape grew harsher the farther he traveled. Hills rose before him, their slopes slick with mud and loose stones. He climbed them slowly, his legs burning with the effort. When he reached the summit of one such hill, he paused to catch his breath and gazed out over the endless expanse of trees. It was beautiful and daunting in equal measure. The horizon stretched on forever, a sea of green and gold beneath the setting sun. Orfeo felt small, an intruder in a world that had existed long before him and would continue long after he was gone. But he could not stop. The thought of Eurydice, her laughter, her smile, the way her fingers had brushed against his as she spoke, drove him onward. The forest was not without its moments of wonder. One evening, Orfeo stumbled upon a grove of silver birches, their trunks glowing faintly in the moonlight. The air was still, the grove so quiet that he could hear his own breath. It felt as though he had stepped into another realm entirely, a place untouched by time or decay. In that stillness, he played his harp. The music rose soft and sweet, a prayer sent into the night for Eurydice's safe return. The sound carried through the grove, weaving between the trees until it seemed to echo back at him, transformed. For a moment, Orfeo felt as though she were near, that if he reached out, he might find her waiting among the birches. But when he opened his eyes, he was alone. The hardships began to leave their mark on him. His clothes, once fine and tailored, grew tattered and stained. His hands, unaccustomed to such labor, bore calluses from climbing and crafting. He was thinner now, his face gaunt from hunger and sleepless nights. Yet his resolve remained unbroken. The forest grew darker as he ventured deeper, the trees closer together, their branches interwoven to block out the sky. Here the air was colder, the sounds of life more muted. Even the animals seemed to avoid this part of the woods, leaving Orfeo alone with his thoughts. Each step felt heavier, the weight of his grief pressing against him. But still, he pressed on. He would walk until his legs gave out, play his harp until his fingers bled, search every corner of the world if it meant finding her again. He rested one night beneath a twisted oak, its branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The wind howled through the forest, carrying with it a faint, haunting melody that set Orfeo's teeth on edge. He tightened his cloak around him and stared into the embers of his fire, his mind racing. The forest seemed alive with secrets, its shadows hiding more than just trees and animals. Orfeo could feel it now, more clearly than ever. The sense that he was being watched, guided, even tested. Wherever Eurydice had gone, whatever force had taken her, Orfeo knew he was drawing closer. He could feel it in his bones. And so, with dawn breaking over the horizon, he rose once more, shoulders stiff, but heart resolute. He tightened his pack, slung the harp over his shoulder, and stepped into the unknown. The forest might test him, might seek to break him, but Orfeo was a king, and he would not falter. The years stretched long, marked not by days or seasons, but by the slow erosion of Orfeo's former self. The once proud King of Winchester had faded into a wandering figure, clad in patched clothing and carrying only the harp that had been his companion since the beginning. His face, gaunt and weathered by time, bore the marks of countless nights under open skies. The forest had become his home, its shifting landscapes both familiar and alien as the seasons turned endlessly around him. In the warmth of summer, the forest teemed with life. Birds sang from the canopy, and sunlight filtered through the leaves in soft golden beams. The streams bubbled clear and cold, and the underbrush offered an abundance of berries and roots for sustenance. Yet, even in these fleeting moments of abundance, Orfeo felt no joy. He would sit by the edge of a glade, his harp resting on his lap, and play melodies that drifted with the breeze. The notes were bright, but tinged with melancholy, as though the music itself mourned something lost. He closed his eyes as he played, imagining Eurydice's face, her voice, her laughter echoing in his mind. But when the song ended, the silence was crushing, and she was nowhere to be found. Autumn came in a blaze of color, the leaves turning crimson and gold before falling to carpet the forest floor. Orfeo wandered beneath the fiery canopy, his steps slow and aimless. The crisp air carried the scent of decay, a reminder of life's fleeting nature. He found solace in the rustle of the leaves and the soft crunch of his boots on the path. But it was his harp that truly sustained him. Each evening, as the days grew shorter, he would find a quiet place to sit and play. The music seemed to rise like smoke, weaving through the bare branches above, carrying his longing into the sky. Sometimes he thought he could hear an answer, a faint echo of his own melody, distant and fragile, like a whisper on the wind. It gave him hope, though he knew not whether it was real or the product of his weary mind. The forest, once alive with color and sound, became a stark and silent world of gray and white. Snow blanketed the ground, muffling his steps, and the bare branches clawed at the sky like the fingers of forgotten giants. Winter was unforgiving. The forest, once alive with color and sound, became a stark and silent world of gray and white. The streams froze, the game disappeared, and the cold bit deep into his flesh. He wrapped himself in layers of scavenged furs and cloaks, but the chill seeped into his bones, a constant companion in the long, dark nights. Even then, his harp was his refuge. He would huddle beside a meager fire, the strings stiff and unyielding in the frigid air, and coax from it a song that carried his heartache. The music was raw and aching, each note a cry into the emptiness of the forest. Eurydice, he whispered between songs, his breath visible in the icy air. Where are you? Do you hear me? Are you waiting? But the only answer was the crackle of the fire and the distant howling of wolves. New shoots emerged, green and vibrant, but they only reminded him of how long he had been searching. The streams ran full again, their icy waters cleansing the land, and the forest came alive with the chatter of birds and the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush. Orfeo played his harp to welcome the season, the notes lighter now, tinged with a faint hope. In these moments, he allowed himself to dream. He imagined Eurydice stepping through the trees, her smile radiant, her hands outstretched toward him. The thought sustained him, though it faded with the setting sun, leaving him alone once more. Orfeo's days blurred together, marked only by the music he played and the memories he clung to. The harp, once a tool for joy and celebration, had become his lifeline, its melodies the only proof of his enduring love. The forest, in its endless cycles of life and death, seemed to mirror his own journey. It was a place of beauty and danger, of hope and despair, where nothing remained constant except the ache in his heart. For though the seasons came and went, and though the years passed like shadows across the land, one thing never changed: his vow to find Eurydice. She was out there, somewhere beyond the reach of the world he knew. And until he found her, Orfeo would play. She was his song, and without her, his music would never end. The sun had dipped low in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and shadow. Orfeo trudged along a narrow path, his harp slung over his shoulder, his steps slow but steady. The air felt different that evening, charged, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. The birds had fallen silent, and the only sound was the rustling of the leaves in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Orfeo paused, his instincts prickling. He turned slowly, scanning the trees, but the forest was empty. Still, he could not shake the feeling that he was no longer alone. He moved forward cautiously, the path winding deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler with each step, and a faint glow began to emanate from the trees ahead. Orfeo stopped in his tracks, his breath catching in his throat. Through the trunks of the trees, he saw them. A procession of riders moved in eerie silence, their mounts as pale as moonlight. The figures atop them were ethereal, their forms shimmering faintly as though not entirely bound to this world. They were clad in robes of silver and white, their faces obscured by the mist that clung to them like a veil. And there, among them, was Eurydice. Orfeo's heart leapt at the sight of her, and he staggered forward, his hands trembling. She rode at the center of the procession, her dark hair flowing behind her, her face serene but distant. She seemed unchanged by the years that had passed, untouched by time or sorrow. "Eurydice," Orfeo called, his voice cracking with emotion. Her expression was unreadable, neither joy nor sorrow, but something caught between. And then she looked away, her gaze returning to the path ahead. Orfeo broke into a run, weaving through the trees to follow the procession. His heart pounded in his chest, the weight of years of longing and despair surging within him. "Eurydice, wait!" he cried. But the riders did not acknowledge him. But he could not stop, not when she was so close. The forest began to change around him. The trees grew taller, their trunks twisted and ancient, their branches weaving together to block out the sky. The air grew colder still, and the faint glow surrounding the riders became more pronounced, casting long shadows that danced across the ground. Orfeo's breath came in ragged gasps, but he pressed on. The riders moved as one, their pace steady, their destination unclear. Then, suddenly, they veered toward a sheer cliff that loomed ahead, its face smooth and dark as obsidian. Orfeo slowed, his steps faltering as he approached the cliff. The riders did not pause. Instead, they passed through the rock as if it were no more substantial than smoke, the glow of their forms disappearing into the darkness. "No," Orfeo whispered, his voice trembling. "No, I won't lose her again." He ran to the base of the cliff, his hands pressing against the cold stone. There was no visible doorway, no crack or crevice to suggest an entrance. Yet he had seen them pass through, their forms vanishing into the otherworldly portal. Orfeo stepped back, his gaze darting along the face of the cliff. His fingers brushed the strings of his harp instinctively, and he began to play. A soft, searching melody that echoed through the silent forest. A faint shimmer spread across its surface, like moonlight rippling on water. Orfeo took a step closer, his music growing stronger, more insistent. The cliff responded. A faint shimmer spread across its surface, like moonlight rippling on water. Before him lay a dark tunnel, its entrance glowing faintly with the same ethereal light that had surrounded the riders. The air that spilled from it was cold and carried a faint, otherworldly hum. Orfeo hesitated for only a moment. Then he tightened his grip on the harp, squared his shoulders, and stepped into the portal. The world shifted around him, the familiar forest dissolving into a realm of shadow and light. The air here was heavy, thick with an energy that thrummed like a heartbeat. The path ahead was narrow and winding, its edges disappearing into an endless void. Orfeo's footsteps echoed unnaturally as he moved forward. the sound swallowed almost immediately by the oppressive silence. He pressed onward, his harp held close, his mind focused on one thing: Eurydice. She was here, somewhere beyond the veil of this strange and haunting place. The moment Orfeo stepped through the portal, the air seemed to change entirely. The cold, heavy atmosphere of the forest gave way to a peculiar stillness, as though the very world had stopped breathing. The path beneath his feet shimmered faintly, no longer dirt and stone, but something smooth and unearthly, like polished glass that reflected a faint inner light. He paused, glancing back, but the portal had already disappeared, sealing him inside this new realm. Ahead, the world stretched into an eerie, dreamlike expanse. The sky above was unlike anything Orfeo had seen. It was neither day nor night, but an endless twilight that pulsed with shifting hues of violet, silver, and deep blue. Wisps of glowing mist coiled lazily through the air, and faint, unrecognizable constellations blinked dimly in the vast dome overhead. The landscape itself was surreal, as though nature had been remade by a mind unconcerned with earthly logic. Trees towered impossibly high, their trunks translucent and their branches adorned with crystalline leaves that tinkled softly in a wind Orfeo could not feel. Flowers of unnatural colors bloomed along the path, their petals shimmering with a faint, otherworldly light. Orfeo's senses reeled as he moved forward, the surreal beauty of the place both enchanting and disorienting. Time seemed to warp here. Moments stretched endlessly, while others passed in a blink. He could not tell how far he had walked, or for how long, only that the path continued to draw him forward, winding through this strange and alien world. As he ventured deeper, Orfeo noticed subtle movements in the corners of his vision. Shadows flickered between the trees, darting too quickly to be identified. He turned his head sharply, hoping to catch a glimpse of what was watching him. But the shapes melted into the mist before he could focus. A chill crept over him, not from the air but from the sense of being observed, scrutinized. The watchers of this realm, whoever or whatever they were, did not show themselves fully, but their presence was unmistakable. Still, Orfeo pressed on. His harp remained slung across his back, its familiar weight grounding him in the midst of the disorienting strangeness. He gripped it tightly, as though it were a talisman that could shield him from whatever dangers lay ahead. The path suddenly widened, opening into a vast field bathed in an unearthly glow. The grass here was silver and shimmered as though wet with dew, though no moisture clung to it. In the center of the field stood a lone tree, its branches stretching high into the shifting sky. This tree was unlike any he had seen before. It pulsed faintly with a soft, golden light, and its leaves whispered faintly, as though sharing secrets in a language he could not understand. He approached cautiously, his steps slow and deliberate. As he drew closer, he saw that the bark of the tree was etched with intricate patterns, spiraling designs that seemed to move and shift when he looked at them directly. At the base of the tree, the path forked. One root twisted left, descending into a misty valley where pale blue lights flickered faintly. The other climbed sharply to the right, leading toward a distant structure that glimmered like polished glass against the horizon. Orfeo hesitated, his gaze shifting between the two paths. The choice felt significant, though he did not know why. He knelt at the base of the tree and unslung his harp. Closing his eyes, he began to play. A soft, searching melody that seemed to resonate with the strange rhythm of the other world. The notes rose and fell, echoing faintly in the still air. As the last note faded, the ground beneath him trembled slightly, and the tree seemed to respond, its golden light pulsing in time with the melody. A faint sound emerged from the right-hand path, distant and haunting, a melody that mirrored his own, faint but unmistakable. Orfeo rose, his decision made. Slinging the harp across his back, he turned to the right and began to climb. The path grew steeper as he ascended, the landscape around him shifting subtly with each step. The crystalline trees thinned, replaced by strange, spindly plants that glowed faintly in shades of red and orange. The air grew cooler, and the sound of the distant melody grew stronger, urging him onward. As he crested the hill, the structure he had glimpsed earlier came into full view. It was a castle, its spires reaching high into the twilight sky, each one shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within. The walls were translucent, their surfaces shifting like liquid glass. Orfeo paused, his breath catching in his throat. This was a place of immense power, a stronghold of the other world, and somewhere within its walls, he felt certain, was Eurydice. He tightened his grip on the harp and began his descent toward the castle, his heart pounding with a mix of hope and fear. The other world had revealed its beauty, its strangeness, but now he felt its weight, its challenge. The path ahead was clear, but the journey was far from over. The castle loomed before Orfeo, its spires piercing the twilight sky like jagged shards of glass. Each tower glimmered with an inner light that shifted between hues of blue, gold, and silver, casting strange patterns onto the ground below. The walls were translucent, but not fragile, their surface flowing like liquid glass frozen in an instant. The air here was colder, carrying an almost imperceptible hum, a vibration that seemed to echo from the very stones of the structure. Orfeo stopped just beyond the great gates, their surface etched with runes that pulsed faintly in rhythm with the hum. He tightened his grip on the harp slung across his back and stepped forward. The gates opened soundlessly as he approached, the glass-like surface parting as though responding to his presence. Beyond lay a wide courtyard bathed in a pale, ethereal light. The ground beneath his feet shimmered like polished obsidian, perfectly smooth, yet solid. Orfeo's footsteps echoed faintly as he entered, the vastness of the courtyard amplifying the sound. He paused to take in the strange beauty of the place. The trees lining the courtyard had leaves like spun gold, and fountains of liquid light bubbled gently, their streams defying gravity as they arched upward. But there was something else, something that made his breath catch in his throat. Figures stood motionless throughout the courtyard, scattered like statues in a garden. Orfeo approached cautiously, his steps slowing as he drew near the closest one. It was a man, his face pale, and his body still as stone, his eyes open but unseeing. His clothing, though foreign, was unmistakably of the mortal world. A knight's tunic, frayed at the edges, but still bearing the crest of a kingdom Orfeo had once visited in his youth. He turned slowly, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard. There were dozens of them, men and women frozen in place, their expressions ranging from serene to terrified. Some were dressed as nobles, their finery faded and worn. Others bore the simple garb of peasants, their hands still clutching tools or baskets. These were not statues. Orfeo's stomach churned as realization dawned. These were people from his world, taken and brought here, their lives stolen away. He recognized some faces from tales he had heard, heroes who had vanished on quests, travelers who had disappeared without a trace. He stopped before a young woman whose face was peaceful, her eyes half closed as though caught in a dream. Her hand was outstretched, reaching for something unseen. Orfeo's fingers hovered near hers, but he did not touch her, afraid of what might happen if he did. The hum grew louder as he moved deeper into the castle. The grand doors leading from the courtyard to the main hall opened as the gates had, their surface rippling like water. Inside, the castle's beauty was even more overwhelming. The walls shimmered with shifting colors, their surfaces alive with moving images, forests, oceans, skies filled with stars. The floor beneath Orfeo's feet was featureless and reflective, making it seem as though he walked on air. But even here, the still figures remained, lining the walls and standing in clusters throughout the hall. Their presence was haunting, a silent reminder of the castle's purpose. Orfeo's gaze lingered on a young boy clutching a wooden toy, his face frozen in an expression of wonder. Nearby, a man in royal robes stood with one hand resting on the hilt of a sword, his eyes hard but unseeing. "What is this place?" Orfeo whispered, his voice breaking the oppressive silence. As he ascended a spiraling staircase, the figures thinned, though the feeling of being watched grew stronger. The walls seemed to pulse faintly with each step he took, as though the castle itself were alive, aware of his presence. At the top of the stairs, he entered a vast chamber bathed in light. The ceiling stretched impossibly high, its surface an ever-shifting mosaic of constellations. At the far end of the chamber stood a throne, carved from crystal, that seemed to shimmer with all the colors of the twilight sky. And seated upon it was a figure unlike any Orfeo had seen. He was tall and impossibly regal, his form both solid and ethereal. His robes flowed like liquid silver, and his face was sharp, almost too perfect, with eyes that glowed faintly like distant stars. The fairy king. He was tall and impossibly regal, his form both solid and ethereal. "Welcome, wanderer," the king said, his voice low and resonant, filling the chamber. "You have come far." Orfeo's breath caught as he dropped to one knee. "I seek Eurydice," he said, his voice steady despite the trembling in his chest. The fairy king tilted his head slightly, a faint smile playing at his lips. "Ah, the queen of your heart. She is here, as you well know. But the path to her is not one that can be tread lightly." Orfeo rose slowly, his fingers brushing the strings of his harp for courage. "I will do whatever it takes. I have come to bring her back." The king's smile widened, but there was no warmth in it. "Then let us see if you are as steadfast as your song proclaims." The figures lining the walls seemed to shiver faintly, their stillness disturbed for the briefest moment, as though responding to the king's words. The chamber grew colder, the light dimming as the fairy king rose from his throne. Orfeo tightened his grip on the harp, his resolve hardening. He had come too far to falter now. The light in the chamber dimmed further as Orfeo followed the fairy king's silent gesture toward an archway at the far end of the hall. The hum of the castle's energy grew fainter, replaced by an eerie stillness that settled over the air like a shroud. "Through there," the fairy king said, his voice smooth and quiet, though it carried an authority that demanded obedience. "If you seek her, you must go alone." Orfeo glanced back at the king, whose unreadable expression betrayed neither malice nor kindness. He hesitated only a moment before nodding and stepping through the archway. The passage beyond was narrow and dark, its walls lined with faintly glowing runes that pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm, like the heartbeat of the castle itself. Orfeo's footsteps echoed softly, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence. As he emerged into the next chamber, his breath caught in his throat. The room was vast and circular, its floor made of a smooth black stone, that reflected the faint, silvery light emanating from above. In the center of the chamber, on a pedestal carved from the same dark stone, lay Eurydice. She was surrounded by a soft, golden glow, her body seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Her gown shimmered faintly, the fabric flowing like liquid in the strange light. Her face was serene, her lips slightly parted, her chest rising and falling in a slow, rhythmic breath. "Eurydice," Orfeo whispered, his voice breaking as he stepped toward her. The closer he came, the stronger the ache in his chest grew. It had been so long since he had last seen her. Her radiant smile, her soft voice, her touch. Now, here she was, close enough to touch, yet trapped in a state that felt just out of reach. He knelt beside the pedestal, his hands trembling as he reached for her. The golden light surrounding her grew warmer as his fingers brushed against it. But it did not yield. It was like touching a thin veil of fire, not enough to harm, but enough to warn. "Eurydice," he said again, louder this time. There was no response. Her body remained still, her face unchanging. "It's me, Orfeo." Orfeo turned his gaze upward, his frustration bubbling over. "What is this?" he shouted, his voice echoing off the smooth walls. "What have you done to her?" The Fairy King's voice came softly from behind him, though Orfeo had not heard him enter the room. "She is in no pain," the king said. "She sleeps, as do many here, in a dream unbroken by time." Orfeo rose to his feet, turning to face the king. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. "Release her," he demanded. "She does not belong to this place. She is mine, not yours." The king raised a single brow, his expression calm but inscrutable. "Or is she now a part of this world, claimed by forces greater than either of us?" "She is my wife," Orfeo said, his voice shaking with emotion. "And I have come to bring her home." "Is she yours, truly?" The Fairy King stepped closer, his gaze fixed on Orfeo with an intensity that seemed to pierce straight through him. "The path you propose is fraught with peril," he said. "To take her from this place is to defy the balance of realms. The price of such defiance will be great. Are you willing to pay it?" "Yes," Orfeo said without hesitation. "If it costs my life, so be it." The king studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, with a faint sigh, he gestured toward Eurydice. "If you are so determined, I will not stand in your way. But know this, to free her, you must first prove your worth. Only one who possesses a soul as steadfast as hers may claim her." Orfeo's heart pounded as he turned back to Eurydice. "Very well. If you are so determined, I will not stand in your way." "Tell me what I must do," Orfeo said, his voice steady. The Fairy King's lips curled into the faintest hint of a smile, though there was no warmth in it. "Play for her," he said simply. "If your music can break through the veil that binds her, she will awaken. But know this, should you fail, her soul will remain here, bound to this realm, and you will join the others in eternal stillness." Orfeo nodded, his grip tightening on the harp slung across his back. He stepped closer to Eurydice, his fingers brushing against the strings as he closed his eyes. His music began softly, a melody filled with longing and hope. Each note carried the weight of his journey, the years of sorrow and resolve that had brought him to this moment. The golden light surrounding Eurydice flickered and pulsed in time with the music, growing fainter with each passing note. Orfeo's fingers moved faster, his song rising into a crescendo that echoed through the chamber. "Come back to me, Eurydice," he whispered, his voice breaking. The glow surrounding her grew dimmer still, until at last it vanished completely. Her breathing quickened, her chest rising and falling with newfound energy. Slowly, her eyes fluttered open. "Orfeo?" she said, her voice soft and uncertain. Tears streamed down his face as he knelt beside her, taking her hand in his. "I'm here," he said, his voice trembling with relief. But the Fairy King's gaze lingered on them both, his expression unchanged. The Fairy King stood silent as Eurydice sat up slowly, her gaze fixed on Orfeo. Her hand rested in his, warm and alive, her presence filling the room with a radiance that the cold, otherworldly light of the chamber could not replicate. "You have brought her back," the king said at last, his voice calm but edged with something Orfeo could not quite discern. "I've found you." But the Fairy King's gaze lingered on them both, his expression unchanged. Orfeo turned to the king, still holding Eurydice's hand. "You said I must prove my worth," he said, his voice steady. "I have done so." The king's faint smile returned, though it did not reach his eyes. "And yet, your task is not complete. The rules of this realm cannot be so easily set aside. You have awakened her, but the claim upon her soul remains. Let us go." The king's faint smile returned, though it did not reach his eyes. Orfeo frowned, his fingers tightening protectively around Eurydice's hand. "What must I do?" The Fairy King gestured to a wide set of doors that led back to the great hall. "Play for my court," he said. "If your music can move even the stoniest hearts among us, then you may both go, unbound and free." The great hall was alight with an eerie luminescence when they entered. The translucent walls glimmered, casting prismatic light that danced across the floor. Dozens of figures now filled the room, their forms shifting between corporeal and spectral, their faces veiled in faint shadows. They were the court of the Fairy King, beings of immense power and unyielding pride. Eurydice followed Orfeo closely as he walked to the center of the hall. Her gaze flickered nervously between the figures, her fingers clutching his arm. "They will not harm you," Orfeo whispered, though the tension in his voice betrayed his own unease. The fairy king took his throne, his expression composed as he gestured for silence. The murmur of the court ceased, and all eyes turned to Orfeo. "Begin," the king said. Orfeo drew his harp from his shoulder and stood tall. He looked out over the gathered court, their gazes cold and unfeeling, and for a moment his confidence wavered. But then he glanced at Eurydice, her presence grounding him, and he began to play. The first notes were soft, tentative, as if testing the air. They rose like tendrils of mist, winding their way through the silent hall. Orfeo closed his eyes, letting the music flow from his fingers as naturally as breath. He played of longing, the endless search through the wilderness, the sleepless nights beneath the stars, the unyielding ache of a heart that refused to forget. The melody swelled, filling the chamber with a raw, aching beauty that seemed to reach into the very bones of those who heard it. The figures in the court began to shift, their veiled faces tilted toward Orfeo, their movements slow and uncertain, as though they were being pulled from some deep slumber. The light in the hall seemed to brighten, the walls reflecting the shimmering chords of his harp. Orfeo's music turned lighter, a melody of hope and reunion. He played of Eurydice, the warmth of her smile, the strength of her spirit, the love that had guided him through the darkest of times. The notes rose higher, weaving a tapestry of joy and devotion that seemed to banish the shadows lingering in the hall. The court was no longer still. The figures leaned forward, their translucent forms trembling as the music touched them. Some reached out, as if trying to grasp the notes from the air. Others bowed their heads, their once stoic facades cracking. Even the fairy king stirred. His hand, resting on the arm of his throne, tightened slightly as he watched Orfeo with an intensity that was no longer detached. Orfeo ended the song with a single, lingering note that hung in the air like the last light of the setting sun. The silence that followed was heavy, not with tension, but with awe. The fairy king rose from his throne, his gaze sweeping over the court before returning to Orfeo. "You have done what I thought impossible," the king said, his voice softer now, almost reverent. "You have moved the hearts of my court, and even my own." He stepped forward, his presence commanding but no longer menacing. "You have proven your love, your devotion, and the strength of your spirit. You have earned your freedom." The court began to fade, their forms dissolving into the light, until only Orfeo, Eurydice, and the fairy king remained. "Go," the king said, his tone final but not unkind. Return to your world, and may your song never falter. Orfeo bowed deeply, gratitude flooding his heart. He turned to Eurydice, who smiled at him, her eyes bright with tears. Together, they walked from the hall, their steps light as they left the other world behind. The path to the portal appeared before them, the shimmering light guiding their way. And as they stepped through, the air grew warmer, the scent of the forest returning to greet them. They had emerged into the world of men once more, the other world now a memory etched into their hearts. And though the journey had been long and perilous, they walked forward hand in hand, their love unbroken and their future bright. The sun dipped low on the horizon as Orfeo and Eurydice approached the city of Winchester. The familiar spires of the castle rose in the distance, their weathered stone catching the golden light of evening. But Orfeo paused on the outskirts, his heart heavy with uncertainty. It has been so long, he murmured, glancing at Eurydice. Her hand was warm in his, her presence a comfort, even as his doubts gnawed at him. I left my people without their king. I do not know what I will find. They will remember you, Eurydice said softly, and they will rejoice to see you returned. Orfeo smiled faintly at her words, but his gaze turned toward the city with a flicker of doubt. I must be certain, he said. I must know what has become of my kingdom in my absence. With a plan forming in his mind, Orfeo led Eurydice to a small clearing hidden among the trees near the city's edge. There, they found a humble stream where Eurydice washed her face, and Orfeo exchanged his tattered travel clothes for even humbler rags. From the remnants of their supplies, he fashioned a crude satchel, slinging it across his shoulder. The harp, so precious to him, he wrapped in cloth and carried close. His hair, long and unkempt, hung in wild tangles, and his beard, grown thick over the years, gave him the appearance of a man long forgotten by society. You will wait here, he told Eurydice, his tone firm but gentle. I will go ahead alone. She hesitated, her brows knitting with concern. You don't need to do this, Orfeo. I must, he replied. If Aldrich has failed in his duty, I must know. And if he has succeeded, he must be honored without question. Stay here, my love. I will return for you before the sun rises. Reluctantly, she nodded, watching as Orfeo shouldered his bundle and made his way toward the city gates. The gates of Winchester were unchanged, though the guards stationed there eyed Orfeo warily as he approached. His appearance was that of a beggar, his clothing threadbare, and his steps weary. Halt, one of the guards said, stepping forward with a hand on the hilt of his sword. What business do you have here, traveler? Orfeo bowed his head, his voice hoarse and humble. Only a place to rest, good sir. I am but a weary man seeking shelter for the night. The guard's gaze softened slightly, though suspicion lingered in his expression. Stay out of trouble, and you'll have no trouble from us." "Thank you," Orfeo said, shuffling past the gates into the bustling streets of the city. The streets were busier than Orfeo remembered. The market stalls filled with goods, and the people dressed in fine but practical clothing. Laughter and conversation filled the air, and there was a sense of order and prosperity that surprised him. He moved carefully through the crowd, listening to the snippets of conversation around him. The steward, "Aye, he's done well for us," a merchant said, nodding to a customer. Winchester had changed. The streets were busier than Orfeo remembered, the market stalls filled with goods, and the people dressed in fine but practical clothing. Orfeo's heart lifted slightly at the words, though he remained cautious. He moved closer to the castle, his eyes scanning the familiar walls. As evening fell, Orfeo approached the main courtyard. Servants bustled about, their tasks efficient and their demeanor calm. At the far end of the courtyard, seated beneath a torchlit alcove, was Aldrich himself. The steward looked older, his hair streaked with gray, and his face lined with the burdens of leadership. Yet his posture was firm, his gaze sharp as he listened to the concerns of a messenger. Orfeo approached slowly, his steps deliberate as he drew the steward's attention. "You there?" Aldrich called, his voice commanding but not unkind. "What is your business here?" Orfeo bowed low, his voice roughened by his disguise. "I am but a poor musician, my lord. I seek an audience, if it pleases you." Aldrich studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he gestured for Orfeo to approach. "Play for us, then," Aldrich said, folding his hands in his lap. "Let us see if your music is worth hearing." Orfeo set his bundle on the ground, unwrapping his harp with care. The crowd around the courtyard grew quiet as he plucked the first notes, the melody soft and familiar. He played a tune that spoke of love and loss, of journeys taken and promises kept. The music rose and fell, weaving a story without words, each note carrying the weight of his experiences. Aldrich's eyes widened slightly, his hand rising to his chest as though the melody had struck him like a physical blow. "That harp," he said, his voice trembling. "I know that harp. It belongs to the king, to Orfeo." Orfeo lowered the harp, standing tall as he let the disguise fall from his demeanor. "And the king stands before you now," he said. Aldrich rose, his face pale with shock, and then brightening with joy. "Your Grace," he said, dropping to one knee. Orfeo stepped forward, placing a hand on Aldrich's shoulder. "You have done well in my absence. My kingdom thrives, and for that, you have my deepest gratitude." The steward stood, his voice filled with emotion. The gathered crowd erupted into cheers, their voices echoing through the courtyard as Orfeo embraced Aldrich. His heart, heavy with doubt only hours before, now swelled with pride and relief. "Tomorrow," Orfeo said, his voice carrying over the din, "I will address the people. But tonight, I go to bring my queen home." And with that, he turned toward the gates, the joy of his people ringing in his ears as he made his way back to Eurydice. As the first light of dawn crept across the horizon, Orfeo returned to the clearing where Eurydice waited. She rose at the sight of him, her face lighting with relief. "Orfeo," she whispered, stepping toward him. "How did it go?" He smiled, taking her hands in his. "Aldrich has been a true steward, loyal and capable. Winchester thrives under his care, and our people remember us fondly. But they will rejoice even more when we return together." Eurydice's lips curved into a soft smile, and she rested her forehead against his. "Then let us go, my king." The city was already awake when they entered through the gates. Orfeo had exchanged his ragged disguise for clothing befitting a king, and Eurydice walked beside him with her head held high. The people turned toward them, their faces a mixture of shock and delight. "The king!" someone cried, their voice rising above the murmur of the crowd. "And the queen!" another shouted. The murmur grew into cheers, a swelling chorus of joy that spread through the streets like wildfire. Orfeo and Eurydice walked hand in hand toward the castle, the crowd parting before them like a tide. In the castle courtyard, Aldrich stood waiting, surrounded by knights and courtiers. When he saw Orfeo and Eurydice, his expression softened, and he stepped forward to meet them. "Your Grace," he said, bowing low. "Winchester is whole again." Orfeo raised a hand, and Aldrich straightened. "It is whole because of you, Aldrich. Your loyalty has ensured that our people prospered, even in our absence. And your Majesty, Winchester is whole again." He reached for his harp, the instrument gleaming in the morning light. "Let this harp bear witness to my gratitude," Orfeo said. "It has carried me through trials and brought me back to this moment. And now it will play to honor you, my faithful steward." The crowd grew silent as Orfeo began to play. The music was light and joyful, a celebration of loyalty, courage, and the bonds that held the kingdom together. The melody soared through the air, touching the hearts of all who heard it. When the final note faded, Aldrich bowed his head, his voice thick with emotion. "It has been my honor to serve you, my king, and it will be my honor still." That evening, Orfeo and Eurydice stood before the gathered people of Winchester in the castle's great hall. Torches burned brightly, casting a warm glow over the crowd as Orfeo addressed them. "My people," he said, his voice steady and strong, "I have returned, and with me, your queen. The journey has been long and filled with trials, but it has brought me back to the place I hold most dear, here, among you. The crowd erupted into cheers, their joy echoing off the stone walls. Let this day mark a new chapter for Winchester, Orfeo continued. A time of prosperity, unity, and hope. We have been tested, but we have endured. And together we shall thrive. He turned to Eurydice, his smile softening. Because it is love that binds us, love that carries us through the darkness, and it is love that has brought us home. Eurydice stepped forward, her voice clear and resonant as she addressed the crowd. We thank you for your faith, your strength, and your loyalty. Winchester is not merely a place, it is all of you. And we are honored to serve as your king and queen. The cheers rose again, filling the hall with the sound of celebration. Orfeo and Eurydice stood hand in hand, their hearts full, knowing that their journey had brought them not only back to their kingdom, but to a future bright with promise. In the days that followed, Winchester returned to its rhythms of life, the people uplifted by the return of their king and queen. Orfeo resumed his duties, leading with wisdom and compassion, while Eurydice brought light and warmth to every corner of the castle. The harp, once a symbol of longing and sorrow, now played songs of joy and renewal. Beneath the ancient cherry tree in the royal orchard, Orfeo often played for Eurydice, the blossoms drifting softly around them like whispers of the past. The tree, once a place of fear and loss, had become a sanctuary once more, a symbol of resilience, hope, and the unbreakable bond they shared. Together, they ruled with grace, their love a beacon for all who looked to them. And though the memories of the other world lingered, they were but shadows against the bright light of the life they now lived. For Orfeo and Eurydice, the song of their love would never fade. It would carry on, as timeless and enduring as the stars above, a melody that echoed through the halls of Winchester and beyond. That is the end of tonight's story. Thank you, and have a blessed night.